Welcome everyone. Alright, a couple of things I want to fix. The camera movement for the portals, it's kind of jarring. Well, let's fix that. How to fix that? These are all the zooms of the portal. Let me set the lerp on the portal a little bit slower. God, it's so jarring. Is it the zoom? The zoom is 25%. Yeah, it's actually kind of fast. What if I set this also to 98? Whoa, no. 2%. Bit too slow. About 10%. Yeah, 10% actually feels pretty good. Oh, it's this thing. I saw this in the Show and Tell channel. Yep, it is. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, the sound is really good. It's actually collaborated with the composer. His name is Rafael Langoni Smith. He's based out of Brazil, and he's handled the sound for all my games. Can't do sound. I can do visuals. I can do the coding. The sound, though, it just does a phenomenal job, and it's like, yeah. That's not as jarring, but it's still like, still not great. Alright, what if I slow down? Yeah, the lerp is still kind of crappy. And I've got this idea of a focal point. So what if I want to? What if I don't want to switch the focal point to the blue and orange portal maybe until the distance from the player is large enough. Let's see what that looks like if I change that. Yeah, Cell Squared, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. Alright, so let's say if I do the distance. So let's say if the distance between the player and the blue portal, if a distance is greater than, let's say 200 pixels, then do this. Alright, so let's see if that helps the jarring aspect. I think it does. What if we say 500? Make it a little bit more noticeable. Man, I can't even tell. It's not even using it. Am I not even using this damn thing? Come on. No, I am using it. Alright, so what if I set it always... Yeah, just to make sure this part works. Why are you still following the portal? Why? Yeah, like, it shouldn't be following the portal at all. Oh, maybe it's the... Okay, maybe that isn't... that's not where I want to do it. Maybe you want to do it... The collision's kind of weird too. So here's where I do the offset of the portal. So let's do this instead. Distance is equal to geometry dot distance player portal if distance is greater than 500. Then I would set the portal offset. Let's see if that fixes it. Ugh. Now I'm snapping to it. So target offset X, target offset Y, what if I lerp to this location? DX is going to be It's already feeling jank. Why are you wanting to divide by 10? dy. Let's see if that makes it a little bit better. I think that's a little better, maybe? Yeah, that does feel a little better. Oh yeah. Way better. Okay, that feels good. Now I gotta figure out this bounce. Alright, so if the bounces are 0... Hey Levy, how's it going? If the bounce is 0, then I set the... Alright, on the bounce, maybe I don't set the... I don't actually... Yeah, maybe I don't actually shift it. Let me slow-mo this. I think that looks right. Yeah, the height I don't change, which is good. Wait, what? Okay, if there's a collision... Oh, okay, that's for those, like... Yeah, this was a small tweak that I added to do things. To make trajectories off the ground feel a little bit better. Getting ready to go to sleep. It's like 7 p.m. over here. Yeah, I need to change the the point of collision also. Okay. I think that feels good. Bring it back up to full speed. And I do like that the portal is kind of out of the well out of the area. Actually, I take that back. I don't like that it's way out of the area. Yeah. Ah, that looks so weird again. Why? Maybe keep it 500. Maybe 400. 2 a.m.? Yeah, I stay up all night too. I woke up at like 2:30 today. Why does it look like there's like this weird shift in the portal? I don't think there is, but sure does look like it. Let me add the after images back. Why are my after images not showing up? Ah, I gotta add to the after images. Yeah, very long portal. It just... I don't know. I don't know if it's just in my head or not. But it feels like there's like this weird... Yeah, I think it's just in my head. Yeah, and I gotta figure out all the collisions of the portals. Yeah, having the portal 5 pixels out. Maybe I'm gonna change it to 10 pixels. The portal's maybe shifting down a bit. It feels like that, right? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's great. Maybe align the portal to the middle of the projectile. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. Like right here. I am aligning it to the portal divided by 2 for the height and the width. When the portal gets placed, I want to fix that. How do I set line in the middle? But how do you set the portal Y? The portal Y is set on launch. On the shot of the portal. So let's see. Yeah, right here. So when I shoot the portal out, I center it within the width of the X of the player. I can also probably shift it a little bit based on the width of the portal, but it's like 10 pixels. You're not going to be able to see that shift. And that's only on launch. Yeah, did you see how weird that was? Right there. Oh. Well, I think it's when the focal point goes back to the player, maybe. Yeah, the size difference. Yeah, I think there's a lot of moving parts at this point, which is annoying. So that all feels good. All right, let me get the portal. Let me get the actual like portal collision looking good, or the placement of the portal. So we'll set the height to 10. So for portals on the ground and stuff, yeah, you get a small little portal showing up, which is what I want. I gotta deal with the tunneling aspect, but that's kind of what I'd want the portal to look like. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this will tunnel. Oh no, it didn't. Yep, more camera work. I'm trying to make it a little bit smoother. Alright, so portals on the ground and ceiling look good. That's so fun. Yeah. Again, a little, just a little bit of a shift of the camera. Like right here. It's not a lot. Okay, but portals on the ground look good. What about on the wall? On the walls? Yeah, I need to fix that. So that would be. Yep. So those are portals on. See, it's just on the cusp of changing. It's just like a really subtle shift. $800's too much. What about 500? See, now I get the weird shift right there. Urgh! Maybe it's the lerp. Drop it down to 5%. That's a little better. Welcome everyone. See, there's 6 people in chat. That's great. That lerp is too slow. What if I square this value? No. What's the formula to, like, catch up quickly? What's the lerp to catch up quickly? I don't know. Like, if the distance is long, then you try to get closer to it faster. Yeah, that's going to... Man, that's not bad either. No, but see, now I get that weird... Yeah, I get that weirdness. What I've done in the past is that this is what I've done in the past. So if I puts the distance. So if I'm here, yeah. So if we look at my distance history, it's like 409, and around 500 is where things get interesting. So if distance is less than 500, then we want to do a slower transition. Else we want to do, yeah, like a faster lerp to the location. So maybe 20% for here, but 5% here. Is this the feel that I want? Let's see. Have a good night, Levy. So it's almost I want to increase. I want to take the distance and use that as a percentage of the total. So like speed up of lerp. So there's the speed up of the lerp. And I want to clamp that value between 0 and 1. And then the max integration would be that, but I want to multiply it by the percentage of the lerp. So this will slowly speed up as the distance increases. There you have it. Looks a little better, I think. This camera's gonna kill me. Maybe set it at 300 now. That doesn't feel too bad. Yeah, it doesn't feel too terrible. So that looks good. Another thing I want to change is the viewport. The viewport rec needs to be scaled by the zoom. You want to have it pause a little bit before it goes back to the player? Yes, maybe. Yeah, I think so. So you can kind of see like where it landed before it goes back. I agree. I think I need the pause. But one thing that I want to fix first is the rendering of the viewport. You'll notice that when it switches back to the player, we lose a little bit of the rendering up there. Because I want to scale this, first thing I want to do is scale this rect based on the camera's 1 over the camera zoom. Anchored in the center. But yeah, a brief delay before it goes back to the player would be nice. How do I want to do that? I can jury rig it a bit more, but I'm not seeing a pattern with this camera movement. I think that's the part that I'm struggling with. All right, let me see if I can set a baseline first. So I'll always focus in on the blue portal if it's there. And with that, I can see if I set the focal point to the view of the blue portal all the time, I can kind of see if that's what's controlling the focus. So it isn't, which is good. So that means it's the offset that's controlling the focus. So what that means is, let me look at, so if it's placed, if the portal's placed, I don't want to lerp on the portal offset for maybe like a second. So this is where I place the portal. So I'll say place stat equals tick count. So then in the lerp of the camera, so for the portal offset where I go back, I want to say if shit. How am I going to do this? Yeah, so I do take the camera into consideration here. Let's jerry rig it and then we'll clean up, I guess. So here I would say if camera dot portal play stat, and so if, bleh, and camera dot portal play stat dot elapsed time is less than 60 seconds, do nothing. So let's see if this introduces the pause. Yeah, so see, there's my pause of the portal. But that one didn't pause. Oh, because I have to do it here also. I love all this duplication. It makes me so happy. It does not make me happy. Yeah, so there's the delay. And I can do the computation of when the portal was placed by doing this. blue portal placed at is equal to if yes, I don't have access to the blue portal here. I don't have access to portals here, and I'm mutating the camera in a different place if I do it over there. Everything's terrible. Yeah, this interaction with the camera and how other things can influence the look, the aspects of the camera is something I'm not liking. Death influences the camera. Portals influence the camera. Player movement influences the camera. But there's your delay. That delay is probably a little bit too long. Maybe 30 seconds or half a second. Yeah, I like that. And then the lerp back to the player, make that a little bit slower or faster. I think that feels a little better. So yeah, let's try it here. See, that viewport stuff is because I'm changing the focal point. So I think the same consideration that I'm doing for the offset needs to be done on that focal point also. I don't know how to reason through this. So basically I want to say, okay, if it's the blue portal, and if it isn't placed, then do that. Else if the blue portal and if the blue portal's elapsed time is less than 60, then also return. And then I want to do the same thing with the orange portal. So this concept of the concept of the focal point is what I want to control the offset off of before lerping back to a new focal point. I think. I mean, it looks nice. And there's your bomb. Wow, the bombs are so cool. They really are pretty. I mean, the bombs are really fun to move around with. There they are. I was like, where'd it go? You'll never have a death that's so far away. Alright, so we got the delay in. Thank you for that, Hollow Physics. I think that was a good change. The camera offset is still kind of weird. Portal movement feels good. The speed of the zoom is probably a little too fast now. Maybe make it a quartic zoom. What about linear? How about we stop jacking around with numbers that we don't understand? But that's half the fun of it. So know what you're doing and continue to work. I love the bomb. Or the expediency of the bomb. And it's not good to use everywhere, which is good. Here you want to use a portal. Oh yeah, that. There's supposed to be a wall there. I need to fix the map generation to snap on these like specific axis aligned boxes to not be overlapping and off by these small pixel amounts. But that won't be too terrible. I want to change this wall. Be a little higher up, like so. Yeah, I think like that. Make sure you can't get through. You can get through there. Let's fix that. Boop. Maybe I didn't want to make that change to the wall. Oh crap. Oh geez. Let me undo those changes that I just did. Yeah. Let's keep the wall there. Place your portal. Whoops. I probably want to add some logic that says portals can't overlap like that. I think it'll cause an issue. I mean, I guess it doesn't. So you're gonna have portals right on top of each other? Alright, let's see what that looks like. Alright, there's my 90 degrees. Fine, I'll just change it in the REPL. State orange portal. Is equal to state blue portal dot merge orange portal. There we go. Alright, they're both in the same area. Right. Oh crap! It's like I died! Didn't hurt anything. Checkpoint is kind of off. Probably because of this wall here. There we go. Okay, so portals on the top of each other are not a big deal. I need to fix up this map. Alright, make sure I can get through this area. Ouch. Ouch. Portals are good for that. That felt good. Another situation where you're forced to use a portal. Alright, so let's see what happens there. Yeah, you just straight up explode, which is fine. Ouch. Get these portals out of the way. I only want to set the focal point. I only want to change the focal point on the playstat if the distance is greater than 400. So another weird relationship between focal point and setting the offset. It's getting complicated. Alright, set the focal point to the player if it's not the blue portal or the orange portal. If the blue portal is available, get the distance between the blue portal and the player. Return the player if distance is less than 300. That threshold before I change the location. Also return the player okay, wait. Return the blue portal if it hasn't been placed. Also return the blue portal if the blue portal place stat is less than 60. Fall through. That feels good right there. No! I need to kill the probe if they go out of bounds. That's something I need to add. There's your bomb. Gosh, that bomb is fun. That's way too much power, though. Hey Jamie, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. What brings you here? What's your story? What are you working on? Yeah, bombs are a bit too powerful. Just passing by, I always wanted a code. Why not learn the code? You've always wanted to, why not do it? You want to make video games? What kind of video game do you want to make? Okay. Yeah, security is definitely not my forte. I forgot what I decided to do with respect to traversing this area. Yeah. Never got into all the like hacking, penetration testing, or any of that. All right, so if you don't have the bomb, can you get through this area? I mean, if you can do pen testing, then like coding isn't that far of a leap. Just being able to think logically about problems is kind of like the big thing, right? Like if you write bash scripts and shell scripts, like you've passed the barrier to entry. All right, so you get all the way up here. Do you have any experience with any programming language? Yeah, those are difficult languages to start off with. I would definitely agree that those are tough, really difficult languages to start off with. I'm going to start with Haskell University. Haskell is also a tough language to start off with. Haskell is a very difficult language to start off with. Obviously a bias here, but any languages that has types is difficult to start off with when you don't know how to code at all. Alright, that helps you get up there. I'm happy with that maneuver. Love it. Love that transition. That feels good. Love it. Love that transition also. And then maybe this is where you get the bomb ability to make that final traversal. So now that you get the bomb, you shoot out, use the bomb, and then make it to the top. I really like that. Okay. This feels like, hey Freddy's, how are you? Welcome to the stream. We were just talking about learning how to program, starting to code, what challenges exist when starting off, how difficult C++ and Java are to start off with when you're beginning programming. Okay, that feels good. All right, so now to fix all these boxes. How am I going to fix these boxes? I'm going to snap to a 5-pixel grid. For these things, I think. 5 or 10? 5 pixels or 10 pixels? Maybe 10? 5. Let's start with 5. What kind of experience do you have, Euphrates? Programming, development? Sorry, I keep expanding it over the overlay, so it makes it difficult to see. Let me change that. A little bit more. That looks good. Yeah, I'm on both Mastodon and Twitter at this point. Social media is becoming a beating all across the board. Feels like every social media thing initially starts off as a way to disseminate knowledge, which is great, and then eventually turns into, what's it called? What's it called? Promotion medium. Everyone just starts promoting each other. Guilty as charged. I do the same thing, but. Started off at Twitter, was like, oh, so much good information, you know, connecting with people across the industry, and then people get popular, and then it's just all promotion all the time. And you lose the ability to have just real conversations with people. But yeah, still on Twitter, still on Mastodon, promoting myself, obviously. Where do I save level data? Yep, save terrain definition. Wait, I was saying 5 pixels, right? Let me see if this snaps correctly now. Oh, I divided by 10 and then multiplied by 5. I'm glad you liked the darkroom. What'd you think of the difference between the Switch and the web version? Yeah, that's not what I want. Dang it. I've had mixed reviews. Some people say that they like the web version better. Some people say they like my remake of ADR better. Always depends. And it's okay. You can say that you like the web version better than my remake. It's like, your remake was crap. Alright, load level editor if needed. CSV to Rex. I probably need to put that in the level editor module itself. Oh, so you already beat, you actually beat the Switch version, and the web version you didn't get too far. I'm glad you like the audio logs. Like, I think developer commentary is important, even though it like kind of pierces the veil. Maybe you don't. Some people after listening to the commentary were like, I hate this guy. I'm like, all right, well, sorry. All right, so that's the snaps. The snapping is there. How do I want to do this? So I create a snap criteria. I start with creating my rect. Yeah, it's crazy how much backlash I got the moment I mentioned Nietzsche. People were like, I hate this guy. I'm like, my bad. Okay, some people are not a fan of Nietzsche. So force inside of snaps, I want to do I want to put rect.x in there. Snap X. This is getting weird again. I think that's okay what I have so far. And then state dot snap y is equal to that. And then set the width and height snaps also. Do I even have to do this? Maybe not. Let me see. So if I delete this wall and then re-add it here, like so. Yeah, I think I need 10 pixel snaps instead of 5. It's too hard to get everything to get my points aligned correctly to just 5 pixels. do you keep abreast of other game engine status libraries? I'm pretty well versed in most of the game engines. This is a game engine I built because the existing game engines out there, at least for 2D games, are pretty shitty. They really don't support the development workflows of indies, I feel. But yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to speak to my opinions on any of the existing engines out there if you would like to hear my rants on them. Ah! My first language, after teaching physics for 26 years, is Swift. Mostly Swift UI. Yeah, Swift. I like statically typed languages for specific problem domains. For games, I don't know. It's a little bit tougher for me to like a statically typed language up front. Okay, I do want snaps, it looks like, because I need the snaps to figure out if I want to align with something or not. So yeah, I do need snapping. Right, so snapx equals wait, there we go. So if, what do I want to say here? Let's start with just 10. So if there isn't already a entry in the table for plus or minus 10, then I want to add that entry. Else I want to say, okay, if the minus 10 exists, then I'm going to set or plus 10 exists, I want to update the rect to plus 10 and minus 10. And then I want to pass the rect in. Yeah, talking about engines can be a little, what's it called? Contentious of a subject, but, you know, perfectly fine talking about it. That's not what I wanted. I don't want to say this. All right. So maybe snap axis needs to be an array. And then I want to say if snap axis, I want to find all where the snapx value, and we take the difference between that and their absolute value is less than 10. And I want to order that by or sort by. Sort by the absolute value. And I want to find the first one and get the first. And if the SnapX exists, if it exists, then I want to update the rect x value to be SnapX. All right, let's see if this gives me what I expect. So here I am. That fixed that side. It did not fix this side. Maybe that's not what I want. Maybe I want... Maybe I want Snap Rex. Got DragonRuby on X from one of those times we're given away, but I'm afraid Say only did a whole roll with it. Hey, it's a start. What other engines have you used? What kind of game are you interested in building? Yeah, if you got experience with other game engines and there's like a specific game that you're trying to build, I might be able to point you to, some material that will help you, get you, kick you in the butt to get started with game dev, because it's awesome and fun and makes you happy. All right, so if we have our intersections, what do I want to do with those intersections? So integrate on the dx first and then the dy, maybe? So intersections, I want to look at each intersection. And if r dot, if the intersection's left is greater than the intersection's left is greater than the rect's left, then I want to set the rect's x to be the left side of the intersection, or the right side of the rectangle, and then I want to update the width to be the difference between the two, how much it moved. Wait, no. There we go. Is that what I want? Shit, I don't know. Hopefully. Been in enterprise devs for decades. Started downloading game dev with Raylib. Raylib's a nice. It's really simple. I like it. Godot. SMH. Shake my head. Godot. I have many words to say about Godot. Unfortunately, not very kind words. What kind of enterprise dev did you end up doing? Are you doing? I did enterprise dev for, gosh, 13 years. Long time. Alright. So I put this wall. Okay, so I have my intersections. I go in, add this value, and it places it right there, which is incorrect, which I figured. Mostly Microsoft background, SQL Server, C#. Yep, same here. I did .NET development for 13 years. Yeah. Server-side development for me too, primarily, and then web development. You know, get into ASP.NET MVC and all that. Yeah, I can't speak for. I won't speak for 3D games, but for 2D games, Godot's a really hard sell. And I apply that obviously a bias here because I have a custom game engine that I'm using, that I built out. But I think all the existing game engines out there, with respect to 2D games and supporting indies, they fall short. Alright, how do I want to do this? So if I go into level editor, so I want to, when I save the terrain definition, so I think all my snap to recs should be populated at this point. Well, and I never load them. All right, well that explains why the reset doesn't work. But yeah, 2D games in the existing engines, it hurts. It kills me. Alright, so then after I check that, else if the intersection's the other way, I want to set the width equal to I think that might be it. Just do that. Makes me so sad. Alright, so if I do this, that gets saved. Reset game. That's not right. Maybe I don't want to update the width. There we go. That's correct. And then what I want to say here, if rect.x r.x plus r.width is less than that, then I want to set, then what do I want to set? I want to subtract the width equal to the difference between like so. I think that's what I want to do. So if r dot x, there we go. That's what I want to do, maybe. No? Let's make my brain hurt. If the rex x plus the width is greater than the x. So for this situation, I want to update the width of the rect to be what? I'm going to set the width of the rect to be rect x minus rx. Did that kind of work? Absolute value. No? Why is this so hard? Yeah, obvi's great. Okay, I want to make sure this value is updating as I expected. Yes, that is. Okay. So I have a... I guess, wait. Maybe I should do this as a secondary loop. So I go through and fix all the X's. And then I go through again and fix the left sides. So I save that, reset. What if I don't update this value? Make sure I'm doing this correctly. All right, so that's the correct location. So now I want to say it's intersecting Any thoughts on Zig for game dev or Jebril? I haven't used Zig for any game development. Hacks I've used. It's interesting. I have a bias for dynamic language over statically typed languages, generally speaking. I think they can work. I think the general criticism I have with respect to game engines, this is across the board, is their ability to support indies in building games sustainably. Like, can you get a texture on the screen with any engine? Absolutely. Will an engine actually support your ability to not have to create like divergent code across multiple platforms based on the platform you're deploying to? Deal with aspect ratios, deal with resolutions, deal with I/O, standard I/O across those devices. Have those things in mind when helping the dev. No, all engines don't do that, and I think that's my biggest criticism with the engines out there right now. Any engine can get something on the screen and handle controller input and output, but it's the entire deployment process that an engine needs to support, especially when it comes to indies, because we don't have the time. We don't have the time to fix various platform issues and fix deployment problems across different platforms. We just don't have that time. So I want to be able to write one code base and have it work everywhere. And if it doesn't, then it's not helping me. It's not supporting my my goals. And I think that's where the existing engines out there fall so short. It sucks. You build something and you're like, all right, look, I got it working. And then you're like, okay, well, will it work on web? Will it work on Android, iOS, PC, Mac, Linux? And the answer is always no. There's always some stupid hack that you got to put in there to make it work across those platforms. And that's what I got tired of and why I ended up building this game engine. Because I need something that works everywhere with one code base. No bullshit. Because I don't have the time. I don't have the time to fix it across all platforms. And I think that's where, across the engines, it's the case, but, and that includes Godot. Okay, Godot can help you build, a game with its cool IDE and everything, but try deploying it across platforms. And will it work consistently? Absolutely not. With full confidence, I can say that. And that's where my primary criticism lies. All right, so once I got those intersections in place, I only want to update the X value if it's within a certain threshold, I think. So let me fix that. All right, that's a little better. And then I want to do the same thing for Y values. Well, that didn't fix that issue. Ah, grr. This is gonna be the end of me. I've done this before, like in my other games. All right, remove this checkpoint. Add the checkpoint here, like so. There we go. There's our checkpoint that's added. $20 by 20 snap. All right, let's change it to 20 by 20. At this point, I'm just trying to eyeball it. Like, I don't even want to go through this snap stuff if I can just freaking eyeball this thing. I don't have to do this crap. Because I want to get to fleshing out unlockables and things like that. Let's move all this. All right, that looks good. Remove this wall. Maybe I don't want to snap. Maybe I want to add 20 to this and then snap it. Or maybe just add 10. Delete this wall. Comes pretty close. But then it does that stupid piece of crap. Everything's terrible. And I think it's because this other stuff isn't snapping correctly yet, or I haven't handled this. Let me fix the load. There we go. Okay, that's much better. So I can remove that wall. Here's my value there. I hate everything. Everything's still terrible. Now what if I add 10? Alright, that's good. Get rid of this wall. Much better. Who needs a perfect solution when a hacky solution will suffice? Love it. So now the question is, what about things like that? Nope. That's not enough space. That's a good amount of space, but I think the ball can fit through that. Yes, it can. That's going to break my portal logic. Unless I increase the size of my little ball person. What is my ball set to? Player sprite. Player render box. It's a render box for the player. It's 24 by 24. What if I set it to 32 by 32? That's a chunky little box. I don't know if I'm okay with the size of that probe. No, that's not what I want to change. I want to change the collision box. State.player width and height is 16. What if I set that to 24? Render box is also 24. Why is it so tiny then? Hmm. $32. Am I okay with the player being this large? Maybe? Maybe I'm okay with the player being that large. Let's go with that. Working on the map. Sorry, can you all hear that background? Get your started at multi-platform release on a single code. It's kind of elusive. Game engines help, but of course, no one game engine is except for DragonRuby. DragonRuby is perfect. I feel like you have to have a main platform that you wish to target and choose, and just grow. So, in the context of being an indie dev, having a main platform, if you release to only one platform, you're leaving 70% of your revenue on the table. 70%. You only deploy to Windows, you're only capturing 30% of your revenue. Why would you do this, right? There's no reason to do that. If your cross-platform deployment can be one button or one-click deployment, absolutely no reason to leave 70% of your revenue on the platform. And as indies, you can't afford to do that. You can't afford to say, I'm gonna leave 70% of my revenue on the platform because the engine that I chose doesn't make it easy for me to deploy to all platforms. I mean, that's the whole point of a game engine. Why can't why can't Unity, which is an $8 billion company, why can't they figure this out when we're able to do that? Right? It's a death wish. It's a death sentence. If you're doing it for hobby, targeting multiple platforms is not that important. The only platform you have to target is the one that you're running. But yeah, if you're trying to build a commercial game, you cannot afford that. You can't afford to just concentrate on one platform. You have to deploy to every platform day one. Otherwise, you're leaving 70% of your revenue on the table. It's just not wise. And I think that's it's a tough pill to swallow, but like I've got the numbers. I've deployed to every platform. I know how much money I'm leaving on the table. It's just a bad idea. So yeah, you can't just target one main platform if you want any kind of sustainability, any chance of sustainability as an indie. Release everywhere from day one, across all platforms. Yeah. If you're a hobby dev, it's nowhere near as big of a deal. At that point, it's just like enjoy your creations, enjoy what you're building, and it's good for the soul, kind of thing, right? But yeah, commercial game dev. That's a perfect way to fail as an indie, is to release to only one platform. Yeah, that snap looks good. Checkpoint looks good. I think I like that. All right, fixing my map finally. What kind of game idea are you working on? I'd be interested to know. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Finally, my map is coming along. All right, love you. Right checkpoint is good. In-game map editors are the best. Once you figure out all the math, which is annoying. Puppies. That's Cholula Cabra back there. Yes, her name is Cholula Cabra. She goes by Lula for short. She's a brat. Never comes inside when I tell her to come inside. I'm like, get your ass in here. She's always the last one in. She's like, I like being outside. I'm free out here. I'm like, all right, but I need to get to work. Yeah, but I'm chasing. I'm trying to kill this possum over here. Vicious little beast. Finally, everything's snapping to the grid correctly. That feels good. It's so nice when it snaps to the grid. I know this map work is like kind of boring. It's like he's just trying to fix everything. But yeah, I want to trying to figure out how far to take this before I before I figure out the first unlockable, and I think I'm pretty close to that point. First unlockable being portals, and portals are required. Portals are going to be required fairly soon. Cholula Cabra is so possessive too. Heaven forbid that you give another dog attention. She'll come over like, well, what about me? I'm like, what about you? You were outside trying to kill a possum. You know, maybe come inside when the other dogs come inside, and then you'll get the attention too. Alright, so I think, yeah, portals are needed in this specific location here. So we're pretty close to needing the ability to unlock portals. And I think at that point we'll transition into doing the equipment unlock logic. There we go. We're very close to going back to coding. That's good. Bring that up. Change the checkpoint. Change the walls. Lava needs to change. think I got a wall here. That looks good. Bit of lava here. Another piece of lava here. Remove that lava. And then lava at that point. That looks good. Almost there. Then we can go to unlockables. No. For this year, I decided to make one small game-like project each month, just to learn about game dev in general. So I'm doing that, having lots of fun, feeling motivated. Like I say, it's been good for my soul. No big project yet. Yeah. Creativity, like getting back into what humans, honestly, I feel humans do best. Is just be creative. Creative ideas, creative solutions to problems. That's something that we excel at. And you do it and it's rewarding. Your brain's like, yes, more of this, please. And like, yeah, doing one game project a month is exactly the mindset that you want to be in as an indie. I know that you're doing hobby, but like if you're a commercial indie dev, spending years on a project, again, that's a great way to fail miserably as an indie. So it's good that you're scoping it down to like 1 month kind of project sizes. All right, I think that looks good. Let's fix this wall. And fix this one lava area, and then we'll be at a point where we can unlock portals. There we go. Sweet. All right. So this wall looks stupid broken. Boop. That's good. This piece of lava can be smaller. We're almost there. That's good. And then I just need to fix this wall. Beautiful. That all looks good. Yep, and here's your starting point. All right, so let's see if this feels right. Okay, you're here. You shoot down. I give instructions saying like, all right, here's how you aim and shoot your little probe thingy. And then I explain rolling here. Hey, look, you can roll around. I gotta figure out why that roll just kind of sometimes just stops. Because, yeah, you shouldn't just... It just kind of like... No, I'm gonna stop. Alright, and then this is where you figure out you can roll and then use your orbital maneuverability system. I need to fix rolling. That's really annoying. And then here... Oh, orbital maneuverability again. To beat this area. And then this one requires portals, and I want to verify that that is the case. You jump here. And now if you aim... Yep, and it's like it's too hard to get through that area without portals. Just to confirm. This roll logic is weird. Let me figure out what's going on with the roll. Calc player. Calc player, calc terrain physics. Alright, so for the terrain, at some point I do, yeah, the change in rotation. Let me remove the rotation there. Alright, that's definitely not it. Change in DX. How do I... If the player's not on the floor. Where do I do a degradation of DX? It's all death related. Player.dx, are those specific values? That looks correct. Probably make the player's rolling DX a little bit faster. Derotation looks correct. Derotation. Where do I degrade that? Right there. So what if I set if player.dx is what if I lower it just a little bit? That definitely isn't right. I'll figure that out later. It's so weird. Is this swapping between on floor and not on floor? No, it stays on floor. Why does it look so dumb? Yeah, I'll worry about that later. Let's go back to where I was. Okay, so yeah, I want to make sure portals definitely don't work. I mean, that you need portals to get through this specific area. Go down here. Go down here. And over here you don't need a portal. But you learn how to use your orbital maneuverability. Same thing here. More OMS stuff. And then here you find that your OMS doesn't work or isn't sufficient. And I want to definitely double check that. All right, so you try to aim. You're like, okay, I got this. I can definitely make it. Shoot across, down, left, down, and then you don't have enough to make it over. Do I not have a checkpoint there? I don't. All right, let's add a checkpoint. Let's try one more time. Right at the edge. That didn't work. Maybe. Maybe you can make it across like this. Yep, you can make it through if you do that. In that case, I need to make this wall lava also. Force you to use your portal. Shoot, across, down, right, up. Maybe you can still make it. It's hard though. No. That definitely wasn't good. I think it's hard enough to where if you're skilled enough and you make it without portals, good on you. Yeah. So you need portals. Okay. So let's see if I can make with portals. You go in, place yourself, create a portal. Drop into it. and then it's cake. Cool. And then I enforce your portal skills over here. All right, let's make sure you can't make it through. Definitely can't make it through. Yep, so like if you get stuck, pops you out. Alright, so no way to make it through, which is good. So then you gotta put a portal in there. Now let me see if I can make it pleasant to put a portal. What? I need to make the wall a little bit higher. There's the alignment for the wall. Still gotta make sure you can't make it through. Yep, definitely can't make it through. Now is the portal easier to place? That failed miserably. There we go. That's kind of gross. All right, pass yourself in. Come out the other end, which is good. All right, so I've got a place to unlock the OMS and a place to unlock portals. Okay, cool. This is a good commit point. So this is portal logic, portal and camera logic. Snapping levels for this. Awesome. All right, so now to unlock abilities. What happens if I... What checkpoint does it start me at the beginning? Okay, good. It starts me at the first checkpoint. So you're aiming. Press space to aim. Press space to aim. If you're skillful enough, can you actually make it without placing a portal? I mean, using your OMS. Maybe? Yeah, I guess if you do this... Oh, crap. Let's try again. You might be able to figure it out. So if you do that, and then add a little bit of spin, you might be skillful enough to get past this without using an OMS. It's an interesting challenge. So maybe right there. Nope, still not good enough. Yeah. That might be enough. It takes some skill, but you can do it. So, skillful enough to do it without the OMS, but you get the OMS as an option. Let me go into my checkpoints, delete all the ones that... Which ones am I deleting? Which ones were added? I don't know. Well, I guess I can print out the location of the checkpoint. Render collision boxes, checkpoints. And I don't want it to camera space. I just want the rect itself. All right, so that one's 40, 6200. This one is 480, 580. Let's go back. Plus r dot width over 2. R dot height over 2. Make it smaller. All right, there we go. So I want to keep this one. Keep that one. Yeah, it looks like all the ones that I added at the end. Keep that one. Keep that one. Yep, and keep this one, and then the rest of them should be the ones that I need to fix up. Yep. So delete those. I want to keep these. All right. So now moving to checkpoints works correctly. All right, so you use the OMS once, and this is an option to use the OMS again. And then portal unlocks will be here. And so that's like it. Didn't place the portal in the right place. Have a better chance of positioning the portal here. Make your way in. There you go. And then more portal stuff. But that's good. All right. I gotta figure out how to convey instructions and stuff. Should be pretty straightforward. But let's start with deleting the OMSs. So OMS cells defaults. Yep, you have no OMS cells. You can move around. So here's the tricky part. Do I want to create a concept of an item? Or just hard code the value for now? Calculator checkpoint. I can give each one of them an index. I don't think that'll be a bad idea. What? Rational? Oh. Calc checkpoints. Calc player. Calc player checkpoint. Yep, you're on checkpoint 1. No OMS capabilities. You're at checkpoint 2. Now checkpoint 3. All right. Here's our construction of our new orbital maneuverability system. I have to add narrative elements, the composition of that. It's gonna be great. So if collision dot ID equal 2. Alright, so we come out of it, go to the previous checkpoint. Alright, does the OMS unlock? There's our OMSs. Nice. I need to fix the rendering of the prefabs because I changed the size of the player. Cool. That's aligned correctly somehow. All right, so your OMS is in there. Portals should not be unlocked at this point, but you've got your OMS capabilities. And then what checkpoint are you on here? ID 4. If you're on ID 4, do you have a timeline for finishing the game? 3 months. 3 months. I have to have a monetizable release in 240 hours of dev time. Something that I can release and solicit feedback on. So it might just be like chapter 1, and I might do it for free. And then what I've done in the past is I'll make my initial release free, and then as I add content, I make it a for pay, or I'll do some kind of DLC. But 240 hours is my pretty strict cutoff. And it goes back to that whole aspect of being commercial indie dev. I can't afford to not release something, or spend so long on a specific project and not get some indication of whether it's worth investing in further. So 240 hours is my cutoff. It's stressful, kind of, right? Because you can't approach. Well, once game dev becomes your job, you can't approach it as, oh, I'm just gonna have fun and release when I'm done. It's like, if I don't release, I don't get money, and I don't put food on the table, and then I have to go back to building tax software. And that's definitely not something I want to do. And yeah, that's how I have to think of projects. It's like, I've got this like long narrative thing that I want to add to this game. Eventually I want to get that entire narrative in there, and it's not something I'll be able to do in that initial 240 hours. But I have to think about how to frame the game and release a air quotes completed experience in that smaller amount of time. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I have to forego the nice storyline. Maybe that comes later on. Or maybe it's a teaser demo that first gets released and I get feedback on to see if I want to continue building on it. But yeah, that's how you gotta approach it. It kills me when I see those Reddit posts that say, after 3 years of development, I finally released my game. And it's like, and what's your Steam wishlist look like? 10 people want to play it? Is your initial feedback like, this game has this one weird bug at the beginning, and it's not great, right? That's 4 hours of your... It's a commercial endeavor, and that's 4 hours just gone. Unfortunate. Alright, when you die, you lose your OMS. That's not good. So, new game. I need to keep track of OMS cells is equal to if state.player, then that, else empty array, and so I got to keep track of. I have to keep track of OMS cells across stats. But yeah, if you decide to go from hobby, how do you time track my hours? Actually, it's usually on the weekends, and it's kind of a gut feel. Like I keep track of the streams. I look at my commit history, and yeah, just kind of use that as a. Has it been 3 months? When I first started development to where I am today, have I been coding on this for 3 months? And if the answer is yes, then it's like, well, have I been coding on this for 3 months and have I hit the 240 hour threshold? But yeah, basically, I try to have a pre-production release or a port done every quarter. So by the end of this quarter is when I want to have something releasable. Alright, I have my OMS now, so now if I die, I should keep it. That's good. I die here. Do I keep my OMS? Yes. All right, good. And now state dot player dot portals unlocked. Yeah, it should be called portals unlocked. What is my... Why is my player not set? What's going on? There we go. This is my last checkpoint. OMS cells looks good. Oh, it's just staked out last checkpoint. All right. ID is 4. State.player.portals unlocked is nil. My last checkpoint is ID 4. Let me set my last checkpoint to nil. All right, that is set correctly. Let's set it to nil again. Yep. Portals unlocked should be true at this point. All right, it's true. Good. So tab. I'll have to clean this up. This general. Do I eventually need to generalize this if I only have 4 unlocks? Probably not. If I have 300 unlocks, probably worth generalizing. So you press tab on launch. It stays on launch unless you have portals unlocked. And then the rest of it can just... So there's my portals. Let's go back to my previous checkpoint. New game will set my portals to false because I'm not keeping track of that. Yep, no portals. I appreciate the questions. These are good questions to ask, definitely. Alright, now I should have portals unlocked, hopefully. Yep, portals are unlocked. And then in new game, I want to make sure I keep them unlocked. Alright, now if I die, I should stay unlocked. Yeah, happy to answer. Don't quit your day job to pursue game development like I did. It was really stupid and I lucked out. Do it part-time. Focus in on the something monetizable in 3 months, in a 3-month period. Target a niche, a niche or a community that you can cater to, where you don't have competition, and then build up your products by doing that, by catering to those communities. But that's usually what I recommend. And deploy cross-platform, for fuck's sake. Alright, there's your portal ability. Beautiful. And then bombs are the final unlock that I want to have. Let's create a checkpoint here. One portal, 2 portals. There you go. Let's fix all this crap. Fix this wall. No! Why? There we go. Make sure I still can't get through. Yep, can't get through there. Definitely can't get through there. That's good. Alright. Continue fixing these walls. And then the next unlock I'm going to do is bombs. Besides Itch, my go-to for my projects in Steam. What other source? iOS, Android. Make sure to go to iOS and Android. Mobile should not be left out, and it's okay. You don't have to follow the in-app purchases and ad base. Don't do it. Just do premium, because if you're targeting a niche community, they're more inclined to purchase your game because they don't have any other option, right? And you have to advertise to the niche. You got to find, you know, the subreddit or wherever your niche community hangs out, and say like, hey, I'm a indie game dev, and I actually give a shit about what I'm building, and it's available on PC, Mac, Linux, iOS, Android, Steam, itch, Google Play, App Store, all the places. But yeah, release everywhere. And if you're using a game engine that makes it trivial, even if the platform doesn't make any money, it's such a small it's such a small amount of effort on your end. You know, why not do it? Ah, that's annoying. It's probably because I'm zoomed out so much. Let me zoom in. My hacky snap logic isn't perfect. Shocked. But yeah, release everywhere. Why are you doing this to me? Fine, I'll make this multiple rectangles. Huh. Okay, so I guess my Y values are kind of being silly. Yeah, my Y values are being silly. And instead of fixing it, I'm just gonna accept that and be used to that pain for the rest of my life. For the rest of the usage of this map editor, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's fine. You just gotta shift it down by 10 pixels. It's okay. Alright, you shouldn't need the oh, that's a little bit too high. You shouldn't need the portals for this specific traversal. Fix the lava. I should really fix that so I'm not having to shift it down. I'm not going to do it, because apparently I love this pain of redoing something 5 times. What if I do it? Nope. What if I do it this way? I think that'll be an easy fix though. Let me fix that. Level editor. Don't shift the Y values. Does that fix it? Yep, that fixed it. It's still kind of tight. I'm gonna make this lower. Yeah, so now I'm trying to get to the point where I'm unlocking bombs. And it's still not. There we go. It's a little bit easier. Not perfect. Yeah, bomb unlock will be the next ordeal. And then that will take you, so that will take me to the point of something from a stage or level construction standpoint as completed. And then I need to work on narrative. So it's like I've gotten enough of maybe 30-40 minutes of gameplay. It's not a lot, but it's enough for someone to get a feel for what the game is going to be about. And then I expand on the narrative, and that's what I end up releasing. And at the end of the release, I will be like, I'm an indie game dev. This will be built over some period of time, and you'll receive updates to this at no charge. And thank you for your support, and keep an eye out for updates. And if I get good reviews, great. If no one downloads it and says this game's, or I get reviews and say this game's crap, then I know I can cut my losses. Do you have a package workflow for inserting code snippets, initializing new file with kind of a template? No. I know there's like a YA snippet that people use. In the past, I've actually exposed dev functions inside of DragonRuby, like scaffold, new model. I've done that in the past, but yeah, nothing really to start a new project. Take care, Freitas. Super happy you came by. Hope the tips help. Thanks for the conversation. Yeah, and hopefully I'll have it released soon. You have a good one. But yeah, no real workflow for new files outside of just coding it up from some arbitrary starting point. Don't make Bing too angry, though. He might decide to stop talking to you. Hi, I lied to you, and you called me out on it. So I'm going to say that this conversation is making me uncomfortable and stop having it. Why did you lie to me? Y position's still kind of annoying. Do I need to do a subtraction of Y? What kind of files are you trying to find a starting point for? Do I have my world finally fleshed out? I need to fix this. I'm going through Modern C, and it's annoying to always have the same include int main stuff. Yeah, gotcha. I mean, YA snippet might be an option. I've just haven't gotten in the habit of actually incorporating it into my workflow. That's the general annoying part. Yeah. Yeah, and I think here is where I... Where was it? Where was I going to introduce bombs? Was it over here? Yeah, it was right here is where I was going to introduce bombs. The really interesting about you know, having Copilot is that it makes the need for things like yeah snippet much less needed, because you type int main and it's like, all right, I'm gonna fill this out for you. So it's pretty quick on. It's pretty good about fleshing out those aspects of your code. I've got that checkpoint. Oh yeah, there were lava things here. Bit of lava to get through that. Yeah, what is my Emacs config? I can actually just bring it up real quick. It wasn't too difficult to insert. That's it. These lines right here. I can post a gist somewhere. Create public gist. And I'll post it into Twitch chat. But yeah, I use package, and that's all I had to do. And then you do Copilot login and Copilot mode, and you're off to the races. All right, I need a checkpoint here. Yep, I've got a checkpoint for those portals. Checkpoint in this area. Checkpoint here. Checkpoint when you make it here. And maybe at every checkpoint is where you get a bit of storyline. Not sure. One over here. Nope. Annoying. One over there. You're welcome. Do you know what auto-completion thing do you use? I use Company for my auto-completion, and so like there's some, you know, additional like quirks in configuration that you have to do depending on your auto completion tool. What do you think? Will this be a pacifism Metroidvania? Hey, I don't know if I'll have combat in here yet. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I'll have any kind of a weird combat thing. My white positioning still isn't correct. It's still so fucking annoying. But yeah, not 100% sure what the if I'll have combat or not. So subtracting 10 doesn't work. Adding 10 doesn't work. Yeah, if you use company mode, one other thing that I added was... do you use evil? Maybe you don't use evil. Where did I put that? Added Copilot plugin. My init functions. What? Evil redo? Really? No evil. Ridiculous. How did I set up my... So there's a situation where you'll have the company autocomplete and the Copilot recommendation showing up at the same time. And I did something where I look at the auto completion first before accepting it, but I forgot where I put that. Copilot ER, and then in company mode, I have no idea where I mapped that, but what I ended up doing was I mapped Control R to accept the Copilot completion if it's there. But if the company dropdown is available, then Tab does not do the completion. But these are the only files I have. Like I have no idea where I put it. Wait, have I not committed it yet? Maybe I didn't commit it? No, it's not that. It's a lot of stuff I haven't committed. I should probably commit these things. Yeah, I can't find where I put that stuff. No idea. No idea how any of that works right now. But yeah, you might have some quirks around company mode and auto completion. Yeah, I need to commit and push it up. I know. Okay, so that gets you up there, and then the final. And there won't be a checkpoint here, I don't think. Yeah, because the checkpoint's there. I probably want to. I'll play around with it to see if that's too difficult to do. and then you make it up to this area, and then this one doesn't have. Yeah, and then this will be the final area where you get the bomb. So you get the bomb right here. All right, so let's play through the level and make sure this feels good. Where's my first checkpoint? Right here. All right, so now let's do a full reset and see if I've got something playable from. So tab, yep, no portals, no orbital systems. You hit the first checkpoint and you get like landed on this rogue planet. We'll be exploring. And then you get instructions. Instruction here would be specific to movement, to rolling. Your OMS gets unlocked here. You use your OMS. And here, this might be a story element because you're practicing the use of your OMS. Portal usage happens here. I think using the storylines as a, or the checkpoints as a way to unlock storyline or abilities makes sense. Storyline element here. You gotta use your portal to get through this area. Beautiful. Probably worth having a story element here also. Same bullshit. Some places it snaps correctly, some places it doesn't. Orbital system. Perfect. Another story element here. That was an interesting turn of events. Happy little accident. It's so nice when it works right. All right. Fall through that portal. Another story element, narrative element here. Drop through. Make it on. Talk about like summiting this mountain, whatever it is. You find you can't make it up this area, so you gotta throw down a portal. The viewport is still kind of odd in that area. Gotta figure that out. See you, Fisher. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Nope, that didn't make it. Maybe... Nope, that's not correct. I'm not sure where I want to place that portal. That's a tricky one. So I place it there. Place it down there. I like that. That's kind of fun. But yeah, how the hell do I make it up to that area? Yeah, it looks like I need to make that a little bit. Oh, I can make it up there. Okay, cool. Yep. Make it up here. Yep, that looks like a good place for the portal. The blue portal's in the right place. Now I need to set the orange portal. And I can set the orange portal here. Nope. Nope. Yep, that looks like a good place for the orange portal. Drop down. That's super interesting. Gotta be careful of your momentum. Oh, because the roll is shit. So you can't use roll, because that will affect your trajectory. Shit. Let's see if this gets me where I want to go. Yep, this will do it. If you didn't screw it up like an idiot. Let's try another climb. There we go. Made it. Same deal here. This one will be an easier one. Whoops. No. Yeah, maybe put the blue portal on the floor. There we go. Oh, you don't need it. Cool. And then, do you even need it here? Nope. Set it there. Set the blue portal. Go in. Yep, and you'll just make it perfect. And then here's where you still have the ability to set portals. Okay, I need to make this checkpoint. Maybe multiple storyline elements here. Yep, and this will be an easy maneuver. Just fall in. And then bombs unlock here. And What checkpoint am I on? $11. Bombs unlocked equals true if 11. Input player bomb. New game. Needs to take bombs into consideration. I probably have done the same thing for the OMS cells. Cool. Last checkpoint equals nil. Now it's set. Bombs have been unlocked. Cool. So now you're up in this area. And what I'll probably do is add something that requires you to go diagonally. Oh, that'd be so beautiful. And then you like land in this specific area here. So that's your starting area, and then the world opens up. Camera, line 32. I'm not sure why I nil. Well, let's see if we get the nil error again. Bombs are locked. There we go. Let's get your OMS. OMS is done. Portal's done. No bombs yet. Bombs here. Yep. And then you're up in this area. We'll add a checkpoint here. We'll hard code everything for now like that. State that player. Last checkpoint is what? 14. Last checkpoint equals nil. Perfect. All right, so let me get my trajectory. Oh, I still want to render the trajectory. So lava. That's gonna get really annoying. I gotta figure out this snap issue. It's getting stupid. Mouse and world space. 0.1 is equal to extract the color up here. Result scene primitives. I want this to be point.x.idiv 20 times 20 point.y. The width and height will be 8. Solid in color. Cool. And I want a minus 4 and minus 4. that makes me feel a little bit better about trying to get that looking right. So if I'm here, it's a little better, still not perfect, and that's really fucking annoying. Why is it doing this? Ah, that's why. Oh, that looks good. There. Up here. Lava. That's the trajectory I want to aim at. Good. Lava here. We gotta figure out these diagonals, what they're gonna look like. Let's get these diagonals working first. Way too big. Cool. So I think that's... Nope, still too big. All right, I think that's good. So that'll be our launch trajectory. And I can help guide that launch trajectory by $118. Oops. Maybe a little bit trial and error is okay. Will that set you up for success? Yes. Yeah, and I want the angle to be, yeah, to kind of block you here. So yeah, if you go too high, a little bit too low. Perfect. That makes me very happy. All right, final playthrough. No orbital system. Usage of the orbital system here. Portals. Perfect. Portal usage here. Let's not worry about portals there. I need to disable that key. All right, portal's unlocked. Yeah, this is where bombs should be unlocked. There we go. Perfect. Alright, I think that's a good stopping point. I might get back on later and code some more. We'll see. Y'all have a good one.